Testing to make sure the audio sounds fine. I really hope my microphone's working. It would be really bad if it wasn't. Okay, one, one minute. All right. Everything should hopefully not be blowing up. I'm trying some new things with where I have my chat and everything tonight. I desperately hope it works. All right. And I do have a little something new. I have a new model. I've been working on it for a few days, and I just finished it, and it does with this one. I can transform. I'm a magical girl now. Truly the ending everyone wants is becoming a magical girl. Right. Think everything's working. All right. More Akademi. Let's see who gets murdered tonight. I am fighting evil by fighting evil by moonlight. And I am winning love by daylight. I've been told I never run from a real thing. Oh, I did? Okay. Right. I think this should hopefully be the correct load point. Yep. All looks correct, hopefully. Okay. Trying to remember what I did last. We interrogated Sot, and now we are going to solitary confinement or something. I'm being double arrested. Darn. All right, March 28th, 12:41 p.m. Prison maximum security. Wow, it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. Yeah, I don't think things are supposed to be that dark. What did you say that the Getagarasu takes flight, even in the dead of night? Or something. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares take flight. One alone soars to shine the lights of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Getagarasu. Whoa, you are one powerful performer. Eddie, don't get weird. Eddie, you've been largely fine for this case. Don't start getting weird. Thanks. That doesn't help me see in the dark. I'm a human, not a three-legged raven. Puppy! Oh, that's a scary puppy. The puppy is scary. The puppy is scary. Cowards. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. That voice. I knew it. Okay, so who is this guy? Is this a character I should know, or is this a character first introduced in Investigations? Because I don't I don't recognize it. Or I mean, obviously I don't recognize it. There is no person here, but from what's been said, I can't tell if I should know this character or not. I don't think he's from anywhere else. Okay. Okay, we'll just assume he's introduced in Investigations. Thank you. It has been far too long. You remember me. I could hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away. What are they gonna show us then? Mr. Edgeworth? Are you talking to that dog? Or is there someone else in there? I still can't see a dang thing. Oh, but I am forgetting myself. Forgive me. I do not often receive visitors. One moment. I will turn on the lights. Ow! Oh! That hurt my eyes. Oh. Just in case. What is up with your head, my dude? That's not how heads should look. You should get that checked out. Alright, now it's time to figure out a voice for this dude. Is allowed to have a dog and a literal temple shrine. You are a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there are 3 of you in all? Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am... Oh, God. How the fuck do you pronounce this name? Those are a lot of letters, and I don't know how any of them function. Dude in Harma. This one, would this just be like Kansas? I don't know where to begin with this one. Absolutely terrifying, though. This is a terrifying character design. Budhid Harma? Budin Harma? I'm going to go with Budin Harma? I don't think that's right, but I'm going with it. I am Budin Harma, Kansas. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances. Like canine? Yeah, okay. Canine was a notorious assassin. Dude, Edgeworth, stop meeting assassins, please! Why? Okay, hold on. I understand to an extent having the dog, right? He's a seeing eye dog, all that. But why is he allowed to have the same dog he had when he was a murderer? That doesn't feel correct. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. Okay, wait, so the dog was also murderous. Why is this dog allowed anywhere near this man? His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. Horrible assassin. Should not be giving your position away. with via bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I to guess why you have come to see me? You know why I'm here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of the sordid little affair already. Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another. Oh, that's deceptively adorable. I don't like it, but I mean, yeah, I don't just feel like put the murder dog in prison properly, but like don't put the murder dog in the same prison cell as the murderer. Like give the murder dog to a different prisoner, right? Suspicious of murder. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat. Your witness is mistaken. Helmut is a gentle soul. He is my eyes, nothing more. It's absurd to think that he would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes, it is. You're a good boy, aren't you? Helmut is more than a mere seeing eye dog, and he's certainly no good boy. He's also a trained killer. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade. This witness of yours, he is trustworthy, I assume. Thought is anything but trustworthy, and he's still very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach. No, then, I thought as much. Yes, I did, Helmut, yes. It figures that he already knew who our witness is. Your alibi. What were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday morning, Mr. Canine? During the show, you mean? I was here, enclosed in these humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carving, you see, an obsession even. I was engrossed in it all morning. Okay, why are we giving the prisoners weapons? I'm sorry. What is wrong with this prison? Seriously. Seriously, someone call Riosley. Why are we giving the prisoners literal weapons? Like, you could so stab someone with a wood carving tool. Why are they allowed to have those? That's not fair. No, it's not that it's not fair, it's that it shouldn't happen because they could kill someone. And you have permission to engage in such a hobby. I can't believe someone would actually let you. The warden and I have an understanding. That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed 1, let alone 5 chisels. There's nothing but a lethal weapon in his hands. I was carving Buddhist pieces at first, but by the 674th time, my interest had begun to wane. Oh, that must have taken forever. Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus is now shifted to pieces such as these. Okay, well the Cerberus, Knight? Looks really cool. Riosley is back. Riosley is back, and now, like, don't give the prisoners weapons, please. That's not a good idea. I didn't know you played chess. You play too, do you not, prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me. Though you may find my game rudimentary, I only began after my arrival here, I'm afraid. What is that piece? A dog with 3 heads. Why, yes, the dog of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles. Yeah, I didn't know you could just make chess of thieves. My chess OC can go anywhere on the board at once and take any piece at once whenever it wants. It's called the I win chess piece, and only I have one, so it sucks to be all of you. All doing their utmost to protect the king, all loyal to the last. I have always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules, and with the regular pieces. I can't imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here, in prison though. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chess, then. Sharing moves by post. That sounds super long and super arduous and not worth it. Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Oh, there's definitely a code in these letters. There's definitely a code based off of which moves they're making. Although I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. It sounds like this current opponent isn't a resident here. The victim. I suppose you know the identity of the deceased. Mr. Canine. His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul. Why is there so much chess in this case? Hold on, I just realized that. There's a lot of chess here. You keep your ear to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Edgeworth. Why am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information network? But perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one. A crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly anyway. But the attempted assassination of a president, that's no small matter. Attempted assassination? Edgeworth, you were literally there. Yes, the chess autism spoken about in the sacred texts. I unfortunately am not lucky enough to have that form of autism. I've admittedly, I'm confessing to a crime here. I have played chess. I'm decent at it. I believe. I don't have too much interest in it though. Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knight... Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader, and that there was no attempt on the president's life. Or could it be... Are they attempting to cover up President Wang's fake assassination scheme? Whoa there, cowboy. Saying the Bronxer didn't actually have a pop at the press? I was hired to defend him on the charge of attempted murder. You mean you don't know what really happened? So what? They just blamed the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight? It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Oh, we're back to the demon room. Cool. Hold on, I'm gonna... Alright. Square up, Mr. DeBest. I'm gonna DeBest you in hand-to-hand combat. Of course! They took you off the case to try to keep you away. And swapped in that DeBest kid to push through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth. So they really were trying to frame him. I don't like how, like, strongly the dog is kissing. Like, that is a lot of force behind that lick. Don't let this dog near anyone or it might actually commit murder. According to the guards, this night, was it? They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination. No. Newvet and Riosli can step back for a second and let me beat the shit out of Blaze first, and then they can take over. I won't kill him. I'll just punch him a few times. Which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial. Oh, excuse me. I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say this one thing. I know for certain that they would not have been the first inmate imprisoned on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, the helmet, yes, it is, yes. The courtroom is not always the bastion of truth you believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth. No bastion of truth, huh? Edgeworth, you have quite literally convicted people, innocent people, I believe. I believe that is something you've canonically done. And you're aware you canonically did that. Dude, don't act like you're not aware of how fucked the courts are. I've heard something to that effect before. Yes, I'm certain an Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. Oh, Detective Long. Oh, there he is! Hey. Oh, I already know what voice I'm gonna do for him, because when I was playing through Investigation 1 myself, I was doing silly voices. So I already know what voice I'm gonna do for Agent Long. If I can remember it. You're not twisting the truth behind these closed courtroom doors, too, are you? Fooled by that kind of thinking. Is it any wonder that the courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. There we go. I never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. Even Helmut understands, don't you, Helmut? Yes, you do. The truth revealed in court and your deductions. It's dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I am not bitter. You are not the first to make me such a subject of unfounded suspicion in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. Agent Wolf Autism, yes, wow. Literally, no one in Ace Attorney is neurotypical. I stand by that fact. Name me a single character in Ace Attorney that isn't at least a little neurospicy. And Detective Lang Long, I forget which one it is, has the wolf autism. And they even dragged the warden along. Her distaste for me lingers unspoken in the air. Not those two again! Prosecutor DeBest and Judge Gavel. They went over my cell with a fine-tooth comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. 'Cause it's the dog! But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison. Blaze, because we don't want... Yeah, okay, Blaze gets to be neurotypical because we don't want to allow him in the club. Blaze and Von Karma and, like, Damon Gant, they're neurotypical. They're not allowed in the fun club. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't too disappointed. Okay. Well, that posed more questions than it answered. What do we do now? Every time Eddie does his sprite with his arms out, I'm like, please don't ask a character for a hug. Don't do that. I get afraid every time. Such testimony is flimsy at best. I'll need more proper evidence if I want to take Canine on. Oh my god, the dog is out of the cage. Well, I think that's enough chit-chat for one day. Helmut will show you out. Good boy, Helmut. Go on now. He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. Until next time, Mr. Canine. It does pain me that our brief time must end just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, now that we've done that, Kay, get off the rocks. Kay, what did Edgeworth tell you yesterday? You're not allowed up there. Anyway, now that we went through that whole section with him, how do we like the voice? Does it feel good? I'm gonna take a drink of water quick because Agent Long's voice absolutely destroys my throat. Even just doing it for like 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes like that. Now to gather all the evidence, I need to bolster my case. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth needs more slime. All right, we'll try to do a little more slimy next time. I was trying as we were going, but I just couldn't get it slimy enough. I guess I'll try harder next time though. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. That's the best hiding spot she could find. It's all right, Kay. You can come down now. Where's Fender? He ran off somewhere. I had no idea he could move that fast. Fender. So, what do we do now? You and I will continue the investigation, and I know just where to start. By solving that one particular mystery that's been dodging us this whole time. The murder weapon? Knight's body was found in the... Oh, why Knight is actually in the prison. A Knight's body was found in one of the prison's workshops, but... he was presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. So how did he wind up on the other side of those heavy security doors? Let's start by investigating the holding cells. And Mr. Knight's room, right? But, what about Mr. Fender? I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready. Sure, but he's kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh, well. That man has an immaculate mustache. Oh, that mustache is incredible. The victim's cell is just over there. Lead the way, Mr. Edgeworth. I have just about had it. Huh? Who's that? Oh. A warden on guard. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry. I didn't even notice that corridor at first. I was distracted by that man's incredible mustache. And he's still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. A killer for hire? Oh! I couldn't help overhearing. Warden Lagarde, but were you just talking about... car names? My, you were listening? How very gosh of you. A girl's privacy is her honor, you know. Do you normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself? Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasion tete with everyone, you see. And that's what it means to be a member of the family in this little home of ours. I isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once. Your office? How sweet. He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. It's down this corridor here, darling. But FYI, I don't let just anybody wander in willy-nilly. Let's see, that would put it right around here. Oh, it's a wonderful room if I do say myself. Oh, my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my family's garden in the yard? Ooh la la! The yard? If it's anything like the rest of the place, it's probably full of adorable animals, right? Can I see? Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. Why not? Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it that badly, you'll just have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable. That's a rather steep price to pay. Oh, but just listen to me chatting away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for Ali's lunchy, bro. I hate the words this game makes me say sometimes. It's time for Ali's lunchy brunch, and the poor dear will be dying. Ali? The sweetest little dear in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. And now to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings. I do love that the fox sticks its arms out when she does. That's adorable. I wanted to ask her more about Canine. Huh. I wanted to ask her more about Canine, but she dominated the conversation from start to finish. Obligatory, that's not all she dominates, joke. Let's go investigate the victim's cell, shall we? Well, this place is depressing. So this is Knight's cell. When do you think he was brought in, Mr. Edgeworth? It would have had to be the... It would had to have been the evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. And then at some point, he wound up in the prison proper, but how? There must be some evidence here that points us in the right direction. All right, let's get looking, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, jacket first. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. I said jacket first, so we'll do jacket first. This must be Knight's suit jacket. So, I've been doing some research of my own. Oh? And what have you discovered? I've discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies. Don't worry. Guys with really neck ruffles are next on my research list. Okay. Please stop. Wait! Oh, look! This newspaper has got a chunk of it missing. You're right. A few of its pages have been roughly torn out. But why? Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell, but didn't have a cleaning cloth? Oh, I'm gonna make him search the toilet. I have to. It's not a totally impossible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean their cell? I mean me, this place is disgusting. There's something different about this spot here. This part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did someone wipe it down or something? Why would someone only do the part right next to the bed, though? Because they didn't want to get their shoes dirty or something? No, we're gonna look at the toilet. Nope, we're stopping this investigation right now, and we're gonna go look at the toilet. I was gonna finish the bed, but we're gonna go look at the toilet now. This pool is nice and spotless, and there are no signs that the toilet paper has been used. Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here. What? Are you serious? Why? What's wrong? There's no door. There's not even a curtain. Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about the people who have to live here. I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout. That wasn't so bad. You made it seem like we'd see legitimate, like, human feces or something. No, I don't care. There was a little thingy right here. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. But the pillow that covers it is very clean. Listen, fact. I bet it's the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can just picture it, can't you? God, that's depressing, Kay. No, I think he's more of a mattress on floor type. Worse, Jesus Christ, it gets worse. Okay, let's look at the shower. Reflected in the mirror is security camera? A great thief's greatest enemy. I think about this place is very thief friendly, if I'm being honest. No, ew. Someone tell Knightley he has to wipe, and that's actually very important. I think that might be entirely deliberate, Kay. Guard, I'd like you to retrieve the footage from the security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Okay. I guess all that's left is the death. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Okay, what do these books say? Okay, a second chance at life, interviews with former prisoner, making money while serving time, you'll laugh tomorrow, and ethnology, understanding animal emotions, life as a pet stylist, 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. Okay, let's start with the books. Wow, that's a lot of books. Well, let's take a look. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, and an anthology, understanding animal emotions, life as a pet stylist. Maybe there was more to Mr. Knightley than meets the eye. No, okay, I think these books are just in there typically. Sadly, I don't think these were his. They're likely specifically selected and placed here for the detainees, with the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. A second chance at life, interviews with a former prisoner. These books appear to have been written by the current model prisoners and former inmates. Oh, the look of this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. Oh, and this one too, making money while serving time. This facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought. You don't think, Edgeworth? God, what have we been talking about for like all 4 hours of yesterday and the already first 30 minutes of today? Okay, the little door thingy. Ooh, what's the menu doing here, Mr. Edgeworth? It seems that those held in the detention center are able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. If they can afford it, that is. Money makes the world go round, I guess. But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees? Well, okay, bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Rio Sleeve's fuming in the background. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact. So you're saying it's fine that people with money don't have a hard time as everybody else? Ugh. Why did I wind up defending the practices of the detention system? Do better, Edgeworth. Alright. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. What's next? Rook, no. Pawn to go. Next move, bishop g2. So, g2 is... yeah. So... okay. This is chess, obviously. So... white has 3 pawns, 2 rooks, and their king. And black has 3 pawns, a bishop, and a rook. The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. What's a chess diagram? A visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? This seems to be a closely fought contest, but perhaps if the pawn were... no, wait. Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. This is no time to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me look at... Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember what's all... Oh, no, there's no pieces missing in here. Okay. I could have swore I remember there being pieces missing in there, but no. Where... Oh, wait. Okay. So then the big doggy is 3 and 2 away from the king. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So like the big dog is right here. It was from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look at the evidence in my possession. Okay, and then it's this one.
Eureka!
The chess game. I've seen it before. Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus! I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital now. Take a look at this. Can you tell me what it is? It's the chess set we saw in Mr. Canine's cell. But, I don't really know if... But I don't really know the rules of chess, so... So was Canine and so was Canine's chess partner that he was like communicating via letter with Knight? I briefly understand chess. Like I said, I've played before. So the knight, which I think is what the big dog is meant to represent, moves 2 up and 2 over. So it could either go here, 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 or here. But neither of those really, none of those really, like, are advantageous moves, I don't think. The rules of the game are not important here. What is important is that the positions of the pieces, compared to the one in Mr. Canine's cell with these, do you notice anything? I don't know which piece is which or anything, but if you turn the diagram like this, there are pieces in the same squares. Indeed. There's no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the position of the pieces are identical. And what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. Yeah, only the queen can go wherever. The queen goes wherever she wants. The king can only move one space at a time, but he can move in any direction. The towers, or castles, I forget which one they're called. Rooks? Might be their name. They move in a completely straight line. Up, down, back, left, right, up, or down. And then the bishops move in diagonal lines. And then the pawns can move one forward. And then once the pawn advances, it can upgrade to any of the previous types of pieces. It's unlikely as unlikely as it seems, Mr. Canine's chess opponent was Mr. Knight? That could be just the proof we need to show that Mr. Canine had a connection to the victim. Okay, anything else we can point out here? No. Let's do some logicking. Let's use Edgeworth's superpower of logic. So the wiped floor on the torn newspaper. This part of the floor has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice? Who knows? But we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. The torn out page of newspaper. Why wouldn't he just ask the guard for a glass or something, though? Or perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. What were you wiping up, Mr. Knightley? I forgot how much health I lost last night. Ow. I think we've about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Canine and the victim. Is this a bad time, sir? Is that the guard? The security camera footage, sir. I watched it and what is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor with. Yeah, you can just carry those around? Then what are you waiting for? Let's see it. Oh my god, we got 3. What the fuck? Hold on. No, can we not make those jokes with what Knightley was wiping up? Gross. I mean, I made the same joke in my head, but I didn't say it. I didn't say it aloud. You guys did. That thing. It's that dog, right? Is it? Is it? Is it, Kay? I couldn't tell. Can I please rewatch that? Until now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. Oh, maybe the thing that was wiped up wasn't some substances we didn't want to know the origin of, and maybe instead it was blood. Oh wow, I don't know what button I hit. But it seems that assumption may have been wrong. A knight has actually been attacked in this location. Do you really need me to point it out to you? Take that! Take that! Oh, right here in the detention center. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canine's dog. This is just the evidence we need. Oh, no. This is... Oh, not profiles. Is this gonna be the stupid blue badger from Rise from the Ashes again? Because if so, I'm gonna cry. If I have to point out little tiny moments on this videotape, I'm gonna be very upset. And there's one piece of evidence we found here in his cell that takes on a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was the scene of the crime, which piece of evidence takes on a new significance? Oh, the dog is a confirmed murderer. Like that's not even the shocking thing here. That dog helped commit crime. The new piece of evidence that takes on a weird thing would be the wiped floor. Take that! The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. Could that something have been his blood? Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. Yeah, I don't like the blue badger. I actually had, as a child, after I played Rise from the Ashes for the first time, I legitimately had nightmares of the blue badger and the camera part, like, of it staring at you. Horrific shit. I don't like it. Because the badger killed my grandma, okay? Except the badger would actually kill your grandma. Well, we have another little friend for a little bit. There he is. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have the cell tasted. Tasted? Wow. Don't taste the cell, Gumshoe. Tell him to have the cell tested for traces of blood and to report the results to Edgelord. You got it, sir. We can really go after this canine guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth? No, not yet. We still don't know how Knight and the dog moved between his cell and the prison proper. Right. So that's what we need to figure out next. Yep, the badger's gonna hang out for a minute. The creepy, dead-eyed badger. Oh wait, let's play, coach. Where are we off to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us. Okay, time to get asking. Huh? Woo! Here, Detective Long. Thanks for the tour. Later. Okay, we're getting rid of the badger now. He's taunted us for too long. Well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. Oh, and of course, Long's voice is one of the voices that makes my throat hurt. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. The wolf autism! This is Agent Wolf Autism of Interpol. He was in charge of the case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he'd gone home to Jiangfa after that, but here he is. Wait, do you not know Detective Long or Agent Long? I forget which one it is. I love him. He's silly little guy, silly little wolf guy. You had some business to take care of. I take it, Agent Long. You could say that. Nothing that needs concern. Wow. Wait. Oh, this is a typo, isn't it? You could say that. Nothing that need concern need concern. Is need concern something that people say? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you though. Oh, Long is in case like the bulk of the first Investigations game. He's first introduced in the the third case, and then he's a big part of the fourth case as well. First the Black Hound, and now a wolf in all black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today? Oh, okay, so it's just a weird words together. Kay, do you not remember what happened last time when we revealed that Long's assistant was like actually super evil and actually orchestrated the death of your father or whatever? Did you forget about that, Kay? Oh, that's true. Oh, wow. Can we not flash lights, please? He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. I hear you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. A couple days back? You mean the incident with the president of Shangfa? Actually, I had thought he might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficiency of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Kay did get accused of, like, murder. I'd repress that incident, too. Agent Long doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream of the crop officers. Long does vaguely look like a member of the Yakuza, but he's a detective, I assure you. He's... Long is best boy. Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and I... Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah. Those guys aren't around anymore. What? They're not? It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Long? What on earth happened? I told you. Doesn't concern you. I'd never lie to you. Also, dolphins are planning to murder everyone, and water isn't real, and, paper is actually tasty. I'd never lie to you, though. And see you around, Mr. Prosecutor. Wow, he seemed not okay. Yes, and I would very much like to know why. But there's nothing we can do about it right now. Why does he look like Rio's sleeping? He does, like, yeah, no, I think it's the hair. I think the hair is what makes him look like he could be like Ryo Sleep's younger brother, and also the fur collar. Oh, wait, we'll have to worry about Agent Long later. We have an investigation to conduct. All right, let's start by talking to these guards. Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. Oh, what's the matter? You seem perturbed. Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere? Would Ryosley like Agent Long? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes. I think they would actually get along fairly well. Oh, where in the world did that idea spring from? Anyways, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks. I appreciate it. So, K9 definitely stole the uniform, right? Okay, hello, second guard. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently? That thing? No way. If I had, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing guard here. The only good thing Ryosley can find from this experience is that there's one competent police officer in this whole universe, and it's fucking Detective Long. And that's because he doesn't trust anyone but himself. So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something? Now, Kay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. I'm hilarious. By the sound of it, Kanon's dog hasn't been spotted on the side of those heavy security doors. Hey! Are those my faithful assistants I see before me? Hi, Eddie. I have no hat today. We have nothing in common this time. Offender, and where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low. Wandering lonely through the prison halls. It was terrible, I tell you. But the prison's over on the other side of the facility, boss. Fucking coward-ass bitch. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamic material. You want to hear it, right? Right? It's seamless. I almost read that in Kate's voice. I was chatting with a few of the guards, and they told me something and they told me something Trey is interested. Turns out the Bronxster had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. An incident? Simon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they'd wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. With just one guard, and he was handcuffed off. They made it back, the guard was taking the... Ah! They made it back, and the guard was taking off his cuffs when the Bronxster clobbered him. Knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude of a jailbreak. Because when the other guard showed up, they couldn't find their compadre's keys. Or were there any rumblings about Knight's attempt at an escape? That's the bit. That's the bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell and turned up dead. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. And they turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. The guard who was struck, what did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is, he's still there. Jesus Christ, Knightley, what the fuck? So there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. I like that this keyring has 3 really old keys and then 2 rather modern keys. For the vibes. The old keys are for the vibes. What the? It's you losers? That's all we need. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god, Sebastian and Courtney! Oh my god, Courtney's here! Guys, Courtney's here! Hi, Febby. Why are you still... Oh god. Why are you... I can't remember the voice I was doing for Sebastian last night. We're gonna make something new up, I guess. Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate. Sebastian, be nice to your future dad. Nonsense. You're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. Hi. Hi, Courtney. Hi. Guys, look at my wife. Isn't my wife amazing? Look at her. Sebastian means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. It seemed like the reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavel, great to see you again. I know who you are. You are Simon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Don't you dare hug her. Don't you dare even insinuate you can hug her. Kick his ass, Justine. Kill a bitch. I won't tell nobody. Ah! I was joking, but she did it! I'm totally cool either way. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team. And me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You wouldn't draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain. It's not a problem if I'm getting paid, though, correct? Exactly what he said. Miles here is just a volunteer. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. Oh, wonderful. So you all work without reward. The goddess would surely approve. Yeah. I'm a regular philanthropist. Don't lie to my wife. I'm gonna tell her everything about you. Judge Gavel, I was hoping to ask about the grounds of Simon Saint's arrest. That information is on a need. Is that a challenge, I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gavel. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat. To show you what it takes to be a real... I'm always ready for a little verbal combat. To show you what it really takes to be the best. How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Fine. We'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. Oh, God. Stop playing. There will be no need for that. Sebastian, we should... Not now, Gavel. Watch and wonder. If I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's gonna run rings around me. Sebastian, baby, that doesn't mean what you think it does. No, don't make me worry about calling Courtney my wife. I mean, Sebby's just a baby. He doesn't understand that he should probably stand and let Justine handle this. I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. And I will. So badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. Alright. Let's do this. Reason for arrest. You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. I found evidence of him all over that thing. How was that for some winningly Sebastian, you're gonna have to use smaller words. I'm a little... How is that for some winningly inconceivable consecutive proof? Conclusive proof. We're just gonna stop. Yeah, Sebastian, stop fighting your father. You can't win this fight. And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. The best by name, the best by nature. Where do I even begin? Yeah, that was ass, Sebastian. I love you, but that was really bad. Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, doesn't he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. DeBest? Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Hi. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking over there. She's thinking about how when she gets to come home from a long day at the office, I'll be there waiting to give her dinner. Because I'm awesome, and I love her. Alright. Reason for arrest. Let's figure this out. So, my mind first immediately jumps to, I want to know what that thing is.
Hold it!
Evidence of him was all over that thing. Could you be a little more specific, Mr. DeBest? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hoped even you could put 2 and 2 together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensive testimony. Leave Sebastian alone, he's a baby. He doesn't know better. Come now, Sebastian. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist, I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourself because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know. No, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simon Saints. Baby. Sebastian, sweetheart. Simon literally just... they're friends. Presumably, Simon would on occasion play, like, chess with Knightley. I don't find that out of the ordinary. And B, he literally brought it to the prison for him, but okay. Praise be the goddess of justice for the insight she offers, and congratulations once again, Sebastian. Never mind. Courtney said it's good. I agree with her. It's great evidence, Sebastian. You did great. You would not object to Sebastian amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? No, by all means, please do. No, he's not taking our evidence. He's just... I mean, the chess set is right there. Okay, do we have... prison roll call... Okay, we have nothing. Folding chessboard, the pieces stored inside, brought to Knightley. It belonged to Knightley and was brought to him at his request by fate. Courtney's awesome. Whatever she says is right, so Sebastian must be right. This is, for anyone curious, this is the exact same way I defend Mel's every single action in Arcane. Like, no, she's pretty, she's right. Everything she did was correct. Don't question my wife. Might have a type. I'm starting to realize Courtney and Mel are actually pretty similar. I might potentially have a type.
Objection!
So the fingerprints of the chess set are the ice up your sleeve. The what up my what? Oh, yes. The chess set. The what up my... Oh, yes. The chess set up the ace's sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual. Yeah, no, this is just how Sebastian... This is just the best way for Sebastian to learn. Only, your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simon Saints who brought the chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. I love that Sebastian's little hair strand thingy. Yeah, no, it would have been nice that, like, when I discovered I was asexual and I came out as ace, they, like, let me know I had chess sets up my sleeve. That would be really helpful, actually. And that took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything. Mr. Saint's arrest was premature. And Mr. Saint's arrest was premature. Premature? The incident took place here within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Now what? Poor baby Sebastian. Dude is not ready to be a prosecutor yet. I mean, he's 17. This is a literal child. He is not ready to be a prosecutor yet. But like, dude, Don't let him prosecute. He's a little dumb, but it's okay. We love him. I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And I think you were the one and to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did he only just now work out what that word means? Sweet baby. Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence, too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was... Overruled. Oh, Courtney. Sebastian. Judge Gavel. But... Look out, Gavel. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Sebastian, but may I? Well, the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating. Don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Sebastian, Sebby is just a baby. Something more impressive? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth. Sebastian made an ignorant deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it. Yeah, Courtney saw that Sebastian was about to reveal something he shouldn't and stepped in. Yes, of course. Well remembered, Gavel. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed.
Objection!
Will this ignorant deduction explain why Mr. Saints was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. Judge Gavel deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. I mean, Trucy's not adopted yet, so Sebastian still is baby. Just give it a few weeks, and then Trucy gets to be the baby of the siblings. What exactly is she up to? The whereabouts of the murder weapon. Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I conclude that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think, anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chess set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought in the weapon and used it, wouldn't you? If for nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than last time. Sebastian is learning, see? Another winning deduction brought to you by the one and only Sebastian the Best, prosecutor extraordinaire. More like... Edgeworth, be nice to the baby. He's a baby. More like the best useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me. But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chess set? Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Inside the chessboard? I suppose there's only one way to find out. Oh. There's nothing in here but chess pieces. Ugh. That laugh is really something. You seem pretty convinced the weapon is hidden in here somewhere. I'd better take a closer look. It's okay, we can all be wrong sometimes. You can be wrong about being on Edgeworth and Cave's team. That's fine. I'll be on the right team with my lovely wife and Sebastian. What? The stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door. Wow, there's plenty of room in there. Indeed. More than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ignoramus, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by...
Objection!
What do you mean? Let me finish, will you? I fear you have not been listening, Mr. DeBest. Or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. Huh? I mean, yeah. And? The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Sebastian. We must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember? Yes, that's right, of course I remember. He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate into the facility, which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. DeBest.
Overruled!
Oh, pretty wife. That gate is only used to scan people. Well, that just seems like a really bad idea. And any items they bring into the facility are only... any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chest set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Okay, that just seems like a bad idea. Very good. Thank you, Gavel. It was my pleasure. Courtney, let Edgeworth teach the son. Let Edgeworth teach the son. And then he'll be best prosecutor. And now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ignominious deduction of Mr. DeBest holds up, shall we? Okay, do we know for a fact that Knightley was killed by a stab wound to the throat? Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls. Do we have evidence of the wood carving? Okay, wait, is it just present the chest piece on here? I'm gonna press it first, then we'll see. The fact that such objects are strictly... Wow, I just did Courtney's voice there on reflex, sorry. The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they are actually forbidden. Well, no. I mean, some of the prisoners use scissors to cut the animal's hair, and that avenue of equine was consciously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Sebastian. Yes. Only one bladed object had been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Salt was using. So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison. Okay, yep. They didn't bring up the wood carving or anything there, so we're gonna present the chess pieces. Or, these chess pieces. Right, because, yeah, there's not, like, K9's actual wood carving tools.
Objection!
The music didn't stop. I'm afraid you've contradicted yourself there. What? Is that true, Gavel? Of course not, Sebastian. The only contradiction I see are in Mr. Edgeworth's own list of claims. So my testimony is completely contradiction-free? I knew it! His testimony is riddled with contradictions. If only Judge Gavel didn't keep covering for him, I'd be able to get to the truth. Okay, from these two facts, I conclude that the weapon in question must have come from outside, must have been hidden inside the chest set, and since the only prints were found on the chest set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? Okay, Alright, I'd like to bring up the fact that the killer could have just simply been wearing gloves, but I don't know. I guess let's press this one. Were those really the only prints you found? It's just like Dad always says. Men are foolish creatures, my boy! Oh, curse you, Blaze the Best, for having an absolutely hilarious line. Men are foolish creatures, my boy, but you mustn't be shallow. And I am not shallow. I don't get it. What is he even trying to? You wouldn't do something as shallow as lying to win. Is that what? That's what you mean, isn't it, Sebastian? Uh-huh. Oh, right. Yeah, that. 100%. I am not even shallow enough to lie. So what I said about the fingerprints is true, therefore. Oh. Oh, you don't know about Blaze the Best, do you? Oh, you are in for a fun ride for the rest of this game. Wait till we meet Sebi's parent. Sebi's biological father. Okay, I guess let's press this one.
Hold it!
A metal blade, you say? And you have any evidence to support this? You mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you third-rate? Fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck. And it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond a doubt. It appears that they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information. Lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know. Okay,
Hold it!
Outside? Oh, what does that mean exactly? The opposite of inside, you spell? Was that an attempt of clarification or a put-down? Because it clearly accomplished neither. What Sebastian used to say is that it must have been brought from in... What Sebastian used to say is that it must have been brought in from outside the prison by Mr. Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, then you're not even then you're even bigger of a loser than I thought. The feeling is mutual, believe me. Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. The question is how.
Hold it!
But no weapon. But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene, and there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. DeBest. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? The perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with his claim? There is a problem. They hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. I didn't think this far ahead. Is it the prison roll call? Prison search. Oh.
Take that!
I forgot they did that. I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. DeBest. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Oh, baby boy! No! Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, lay down your mind yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough. You, the so-called winning rookie. Stop making fun of me! Sebastian, calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I am the best. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthless here get under my skin? I'll thank you to leave my name out of this. Well, I'm Kay Faraday. Faraday. Well, Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK. Not you too, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapons, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked.
Objection!
But what are you? But what you are I can't speak today. But what you are proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon outside of the prison with them. The metal detector.
Take that!
More memory trouble, Mr. DeBest. Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. Oh, what is that? Wait, does he seriously not remember? It would certainly seem that way. There was a security gate at each entrance of the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving this facility would have had to pass through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Oh, wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. So, as you can see, there was no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there was no way the murder weapon could have left the building. Oh, I do love Sebastian's, like, stressed, like, it's not a breakdown sprite, but, like, his panic sprite. But it's so sad. No, don't bend your little pointer like that, Sebastian. In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be. It's still here on the premises. That's the only possible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything. Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for. Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That's quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it? What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Gavel, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. Oh, the recording, right?
Take that!
This is footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now watch it for yourself and see. Walkie, I'm in 3D. Ah! 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 Oh, he died. No! What? But how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. I still don't agree that that is a dog, but okay. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Yes, it's certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there's no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Oh! Hold on, I have to... Wait, let me look at the chess play-by-play. Hold on. So the dog is here. So I'm assuming that... Knightley was playing white. I mean, that makes sense, because the dog is a black piece. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, no, 1, 2. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. No. Okay, I was kind of hoping there was a way that unless it's not meant to stand in for a night piece, I was kind of hoping there was a way that it could match up. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all. My wife is back. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gavel, you are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence. But it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have been asking yourself. She's right. There is one major problem with my version of the event. The black dog, the one that belongs to the inmates, one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Oh. How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth? The truth is, I don't know yet. Of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem.
Overruled.
Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. And that is all. This court is adjourned. I love her. I love her gavel sprite. I think she has the coolest looking gavel out of all of these judges. But wait, there's still so much more to explore. Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom. Court was never in session in the first place. Once again, this court is adjourned.
Objection!
We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? Just as we don't know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavel, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simon Saint was able to enter the prison.
Overruled.
You wish for the court to provide you with proof? Highly irregular. Very well. What? They actually have something. Now seems like as good a time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on this case. What is she building up to here? Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living. He is a circus performer. No, don't make the very big circus an important part of this case. Don't do that to me. I'd be very sad. I don't want to have to deal with Mo the fucking clown. Ugh. Investigations 2, I want to love you, but if you make me deal with Mo the clown and Eddie Fender, I'm gonna be very upset. What? Yes, perhaps you've heard of the very big circus. No! Oh, Courtney, don't deliver bad news to me. Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday wasn't a very important day, after all. Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. You see now, I assume. As I'm sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes. Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. fact that has now been confirmed beyond a reasonable doubt. Investigations 2 is trying to make me mad. Like, I want to love you so much, Investigations 2, and you're such a fun game so far, but like, if you make me deal with Mo the Clown or Benjamin fucking Woodley, I might rage quit. And she held on to that fact until the last possible moment. And she let me run with my own theories, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait. But out, Gavel! I have him right where I want him! Forgive me, Sebastian, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? That must be why she steered him onto a different topic back then, too. I got you good, didn't I? You're a third-rate prosecutor. This has nothing to do with you. Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned, if I may. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth. Your conduct as prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, but Mr. Edgeworth, she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense. Thank you for your concern. But I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish. Well, do try to remember that two jobs are not one and the same. And that defense attorney is... And that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Ew. Now, I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. Oh, bye, Courtney. I love you. Bye, Sebastian. Okay. So, Simon lied to us. Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride, too. I forgot you were here, Eddie. Whoa. You're not having second thoughts about this, are you, Mindlessy boy? Sure, Judge Gavel's a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said. That goes for associates, too. Don't worry, Fender. I have no intention on resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint could have entered the prison has been proven false. Wait, hold on. I think I read that wrong. Our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. Which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. Okay, oh, we hit 2 be continued. Wow, that was a long chapter. Save my progress. Yes. Yeah, Nublet would not, like... Nublet would not like, the way Courtney is running things. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a drink of water quick. Oh, I have to remember what voice I did for Saint. You withheld information from me. Why? I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean, yes, but no. Newslet has 0 choice words for anything that happens here. I'm not really a member. I'm still due. That is irrelevant. You're still a member. Oh, no, we killed Simon. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked suspicious, me being a performer in the circus show, and me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent, not even you, Kay. I thought I made it clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? Oh, you're really not helping, Fender. At this rate, it sounded like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So, what do you do at the circus, Simon? I'm an animal tamer. Kind of. That's so cool. Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions? Tigers? Bears? Oh, no. I work with this little guy. Money! Oh, money is the only good part of the very big circus. Looks pretty tame already to me. Edgeworth, you've never been near a monkey then. So, you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ What? What is the joke here? Oh my god, the monkey! Oh my god! It's the monkey! Wait, Gremlin, if you have an explanation for the organ grinder joke, I'm gonna need it. Because I have no clue what that's meant to be. Not now, Money! I'm trying to— oh, you little scamp! Oh my god, it's Ratatouille! Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna need someone to walk me through this joke, because I don't get it. No, I didn't eat a monkey! I left it in a monkey! The very big circus. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster is the CEO, and I guess you could call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department, is part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. It's a street musician? Oh. Okay. That makes a— I don't understand, like, why it's organ grinder, but if it's a street musician, that makes sense. Even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. Eddie, play the last, 3 games. Called the barrel organ. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Gremlin. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. And so this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Yes, praise be, we don't have to deal with Mo the Clown. or fucking Trillo or Ben or whatever. It's probably just gonna be Regina, and I can handle Regina. Rolling the show. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure. I came to see Bronco around noon 2 days ago. And that's when you brought him the chess set? Yes. And that same evening I started working on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard. I had to haul everything by myself over in multiple trips. Yeah, they let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Oh, no. Simon! Simon, no! Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh, no! I can never ask her to... Oh, no! I can never ask her to shelf all the stuff around. Like I said, the monkey work's my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run-through, and it must have been midnight by then, by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we all performed till 10? So Mrs. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Reason for arrest. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even little DeBest wouldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. And never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own. Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me. But you just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely and that he'd want someone to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child, I know the pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him. No, the other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards. Somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in there. Oh no. I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. At least, I imagine that would be the best and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today too. Somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word. But, I mean, there's nothing I can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we'll get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney? That's what. Bravo, big guy. Can't believe I'm saying it, but you even remind me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simon. Simon me bucko. Simon me bucko. This guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. Go home, Eddie. No one wants you here. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candies? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. But sweet stuff is delicious. Oh, huh. Bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thief galleon for the dread pirate Kay. Yarr, me headies. We'll sail the seven thieves together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. I know something about one of the characters from Investigations 2 that's not, like, Sebastian. And I'm wondering if it's Simon. Is Simon gonna hurt me later on? Because I really like him right now. He's so sweet. Shiver me timbers. You two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the Crimson Yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Kay definitely think the sea shanty on the way. The shutter's open. That's the way out to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for? If someone's excited. No, Simon's gonna hurt me. Oh, that makes me sad. Okay. So this is the famous yard. Circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out! Like the backdrop of some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. All right, time to take a look around. Okay. Okay, fucking bullied by the elephant. Stop hitting me. Oh, Mr. Hemsworth. Cease and desist, you beast. Oh, so this is Regina, right? Stay, Azrael, stay. That. Oh, here she is. I really like Regina. She's one of the few parts I like about the Very Big Circus. I know a lot of people who play Ace Attorney don't like her, but I do. I do. You found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way. She'd never do a thing like that. Azrael doesn't even bite. At least not very often. She does have a taste for human. So she does have taste. So she does have a taste for human flesh. What did you like reading? How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Eddie. I think Regina's like 16. Back the fuck up. Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. She did? Oh, I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Fender, no. Keep your trunk to yourself. Aw, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever? I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself yet. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. Eddie, that is a child. Step back. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Azza, the such an elephant. I should stop the second you told her to. You really have your way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simon's boss? That's right. Regina Berry, head of the animal taming department, showbiz division, Very Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you. The pleasure's all ours, Mademoiselle. My name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. No, you're not. Stop saying that. So much for whipping me into shape. Huh. Yes. Yes, she's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? That's that positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make the perfect partner in crime for the great thief Yatsugarasu. Great thief? Oh, that sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen spots quite a bit in our time. That's one thing we don't want to steal. We gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we got fundamental differences of opinion going on here. Yeah, no, Eddie is getting a little creepy towards Regina. A child. God, can we please keep any and all grown man away from Regina Berry for the love of God? It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's behind that metal fence, though. Indeed. And we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Yeah. Eddie is getting incredibly creepy towards Regina. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk to any person of interest as well. Okay, Hey! Who are you shouting at? Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I want to see if they could come say hello. I only see water striders. Yeah, no, Eddie is so gross. This is yeah. Okay, she's 17. Still incredibly creepy. That does not make it better. Still really gross. Eddie, this is a child. Do not go near her. Also, I feel like my outfit and Regina's outfit fit together really nicely. I feel like we both fit together very nicely for this. Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Man, I wish I could do that. There's so much for the goldfish. Oh, there's a dead fishy. I'm not sure why everyone is 17. Kay, Sebastian, and Regina are 17. I feel like Emma's 17 at the time of this game as well. Any character who needs to be below the age of 18 is apparently 17. There are two ages, above 18 and 17. Now let me go on the stage. I want to perform. This must be the stage for the show. Do you think people would be interested in a great feeding show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. I feel like if we talk to the elephant, we're just gonna get hit, but... An Asian elephant named Ava, one of the Very Big Circus's many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans, based on what we've seen. Well, most humans. You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss. Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind? No, just that she respects you, I guess? How comforting. I mean, it's better than being hit. Well, I thought. I didn't realize we'd see you again. I'll talk to you in a minute. Simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it's the work of the prisoners. Somebody left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds? Oh, and there's some pulleys, too. Okay, can you stop touching everything and fight? Okay, hey, but at least Kay has gloves on. Ah, come on, it's not like I was gonna take anything. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? That it? Okay, let's talk to Thought. Thought, what did you see? Mr. Attorney, sir, how are you today? If you don't mind me asking. Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Thought. Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible. I'm currently helping out with the circus show stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. Helping out. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in the prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Thought you see before you is a changed man. A changed man who now targets the relentlessly deceased. No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? Ugh. You're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. Yep, Thought's back. Remember when we had to deal with him last night? He's back again. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyways, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I said, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. Vocational training. Yeah, that was... A moment is a severe understatement, Thought. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Would he be getting out of prison? I don't... He would definitely get... If manslaughter, the unprompted, like the unplanned for one, or... Hold on. It's not premeditated. No, he would think any type of murder except, like, accidental is a life sentence. And Thoughts was not accidental. Dude, I don't think you're ever going back to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right. Only two inmates were absent. Thought and Canine. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canine sooner? That. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. Well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Oh my god, Benzo from Arcane is back? Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm doing another funny. Hold on. Hold on. If you couldn't tell, I find myself really funny. Hold on. Second degree murder is the unplanned one? Okay. Yeah, I still don't think you get out of prison if you do second degree murder. Guys! Guys, look, it's Benzo from Arcane! Guys, what is Benzo from Arcane doing in my Ace Attorney game? Hold on, how many years for second degree murder? It's uncanny. It's exactly. Okay, hold on, give me a second. Let me do California specifically, because A conviction for second-degree murder carries a sentence of 15 years to life. Okay. And then, yeah, so I guess he could potentially turn on incognito for that stuff. I've Googled worse. I've Googled worse than how many years for second-degree murder. If they're gonna come get me, it's gonna be for something way worse than Googling how many years for second-degree murder. Also, if I was Googling how many years for second-degree murder to see if I could get away with second-degree murder, it would no longer be second-degree murder because then I'd be planning it. So boom. Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you.
But how does he get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I mean, it's the dog, right? I imagine being the fixer affords canine certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? Yeah, I know first-degree murder is a worse sentence, but, like, I'm not gonna kill anyone, okay? Or, like, go near any dead bodies. I don't leave my house. Unless like, one of my family members dies, I'm probably fine. Now I really hope none of my family members die. There's a special type of mud treatment rich with minerals. It works wonder on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain evidence. And maybe I should try presenting it to him. The gloves. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have happened? Oh, let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and then the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers animals with slick black mud. I think the stress of the prison might be getting to him. Yeah, I don't think Saw It was built for prison. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. The blood is on one side of the glove, the mud is on the other. Hold on. Yeah, here's the mud, and then here's the blood, because he dropped the glove this side down in the blood. This guy needs to stop. Yeah, I feel like this prison should focus less on, like, giving all the prisoners animals and more on maybe giving Thought some psychological treatment, because dude needs some form of therapy. I'm eternally grateful, I truly am. Was that what they wanted? There's a check mark, so I'm assuming yes. So we need to speak to Regina. And we need to look in this basket. A wicker basket. Or rather a cart given wheels.
It smells like animals.
I suppose they must have been using it to move things around.
Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in, race down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs.
Where did any of that come from? Okay, so I think now we just have to talk to Regina. But before we do, I will be right back. I'm gonna go refill my water, because I, drank a lot of water. I will be right back. All right, T, I am back. All right. Dude, funny story relating to going downstairs in baskets. Um when I was younger, we had this spare mattress just sitting upstairs in the common area between my room and my brother's room's door. Me and my brother took this mattress, set it up at the top of the stairs, and rode down on it. We were miraculously okay. Someone was looking out for us that day. we did definitely slide down the stairs on a mattress. We may have been allowed to watch Home Alone one too many times growing up. All right, let's talk to Regina. Regina Berry. Gremlin, do you mean you saw it coming? You saw it coming? I'm hilarious. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss. That's right. My dad founded the very big circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. Wow, this is the case of dead dads. this is the case of dead fathers. Edgeworth's dad is dead, Cave's dad is dead, Saint's dad is dead, Regina's dad is dead, Sebastian's dad is a dick. Like saw it, like Frank saw it. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's, too. If they show me a flashing image of Mo the fucking clown, I will mow him the fuck over. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming and magic and ventriloquy. Only animal and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Circus show. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. Not just any story, it's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Eddie, be so fucking careful here. This line is already creepy enough. If you get any worse, I'm gonna put you under the truck with Mo. Sounds like a regular riot. So, who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That would be Ethel. Regina is so sparkly, she's the queen of sparkles. She falls in love with none other than Regent the tiger. Oh, that's the tiger that mauled the fuck out of Phoenix. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly. I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit. And that's not all. There's a love triangle, too. It's so romantic. Yeah, Eddie, that was such a gross line, dude. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine. I suppose there's a first time for everything. And, who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meanie that tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart.
Oh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth?
Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion?
No, the very big circus isn't allowed to have lions after Leon killed a dude.
And then went to become a star in the sky. Rip Leon.
I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatagarasu. Nope, it's the sneaky monkeys.
That's certainly low with snakes. The steaks? Wow, I said snakes.
Oh, you mean money, right? Nope again. The role of monkey is played by Simon. Money's far too small to play against Azel and Regent, silly. Anyways, the evil villain tries to tailor Azel and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome is so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is.
So, Mr. Saint was more than just a little helper, he claims to be.
Poor Simon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore.
Show preparations. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance?
Oh, that's not really my area. Simon took care of all the lifting and carrying. You're such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near the well, though.
Well, I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail.
You should have seen him moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, it sounds like something he'd do.
Weeping all the while.
He was going back and forth between the yard and here and some sort of workshop with... He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The person gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess that confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into workshop A.
Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look like it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done.
What exactly is he may not look like it supposed to mean?
Okay, bye, Regina.
Doing Regina, I picked a really fun voice for Regina. That was really fun to do. Oh. Was I not supposed to?
Danger! High voltage! I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, this must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office. It's over there.
Okay, I guess. Yes. Warden Lingard mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. Thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protective the warden seems of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep the riffraff like us out. There you are.
Lingard! Regina, cupcake! Warden Lingard! I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing.
Hi, Lingard. Give me 1 second. I want to turn my face heater on because it's chilly. It is 8 degrees where I live right now. Ooh. Alright, let's talk to Lingard about the prison. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it's awful, and it was an awful, utter disgrace.
Awful. Awful. I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly?
I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them.
It's nice to have them around. It's nice having them around.
Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation.
Frank Thought just tried to rob someone, girl. Except when he's riffling through dead men's pockets. Mr. Thought. Let's talk about Thought.
I have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He has thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first one to volunteer for everything.
What? And your other model prisoners don't do that?
Oh, of course they do, my dear. Of course. They're all such tryers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's say he knows what's good for him.
God, what? Don't. Do you threaten your prisoners? Real Sleep would not be happy with you. What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyways, he's a very good boy, and so do try to be nice to him, won't you?
The Very Big Circus.
Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals, the Very Big Circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month.
Really? In that case, let me see. You should rather not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show. Is it always performed by the Very Big Circus?
Oh, but of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That's my girl's. But of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar.
Lingard, don't get creepy towards Regina, too.
She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
Don't get the fox off the mouth. That's creepy.
And she's so adorable. Sweet, I could just gobble her right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. Because of poor Simon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated.
So you simply must...
So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess, it was simply divine.
Yeah, someone should probably have a talk with, like, every person who's touched this prison ever.
That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too. About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There was some absence, you see.
She must mean canines and thought.
We were worried. We were 3 members short. Unbelievable. And now how will you ever forgive me?
I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show?
That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3. No. That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3. No shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it? Indeed, as far as we were aware, Mr. Canine and Mr. Thought were the only ones not present. That doesn't add up. Who was the third missing prisoner, and what were they doing? It seems we still need to investigate further. Are we still getting new characters? This case has so many new characters. Oh my god.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little ones.
Little ones.
Yikes!
Oh my god! Oh, why are there alligators in this prison?
Alligator! You're looking as adorable as always, my sweet. Aw, she's so pretty. And what a cute name. Yes, Annie the alligator. Isn't she, darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course.
Boy, howdy. These two were made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while.
Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells.
Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue to who our third missing prisoner might be. Sir! Oh, it's Gumshoe. Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Whew! I finally caught up with you! Gumshoe's back! Rejoice!
A detective. You're not needed elsewhere.
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message.
So you searched the victim's cell? Oh, did you manage to turn up anything?
The alligator is important. Okay, cool. I like alligators. It's not that I like alligators. I don't have any particular thoughts on alligators. I don't think about them all that often. I'm not scared of them, though. I don't think negatively of them. We struck gold, sir. The blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something.
Yeah, it proved that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
We have to take the alligator out of the prison yard and put it in Eddie Fender's car. Yeah, that's the story, actually. Remember, I 100% always tell the truth. We have to put the alligator in Eddie Fender's car.
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir. Which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak.
Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Detective, I must say, I'm impressed. Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Cool! We found blood! Rejoice! We found blood! My cat is trying to steal my chair. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center, and for our next trick...
I'll find out how the dog got over there.
Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Till the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. I think Gumshoe would say chaperone, and that's not just because I just accidentally pronounced it wrong. I think he'd say chaperone. Which is why I brought my secret weapon along.
No, I can't give my cat my seat. I need it. She can sit on top of it if she wants, or in my lap. She doesn't have to sit on my chair, though. That one's mine.
Please let it be Missile. Please let it be Missile.
Secret weapons?
That's right. Few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open.
7?
Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, ace detective extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles?
Half?
Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1. My trusty old metal detector. It's made of steel, silver, or scraps. This little guy, if it's made of steel, silver, or scraps, this little guy right here will find it. So it detects metal. Very good, Detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2, missile. Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. Yes, we get our own dog now. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. Sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canine's dog. And now for secret weapon number 3. Where did I put it? Ah! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? What? Eddie, what is this line meant to imply? Yeah, we get Missile. I love Missile. Missile is such a good boy. Such a good boy. Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happened to have it with me, that's all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote. Sir. Gummy! You're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7. One of them was a fishing rod. Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. Yeah, are snappers schooling fish? Hold on, we're gonna Google if snappers are schooling fish. Oh, snappers are usually schooling fish. Okay. Okay, so snappers do school, but it is still an odd choice for a line. Also, is Gumshoe saying that's all she wrote? Is that him referencing Maggie? Because that's adorable. I love Maggie. I love Maggie. I hope she reappears in a future game. I love her. Why do you think I call him secret? Guy can't just go sharing everything at once. That's crazy. In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've designated to real to us will have to do for now. All right, which one do you want to try, sir? Let's use the metal detector. The metal detector seems promising. Coming right up, sir. Just crank the old girl up. Oh yeah, this is the metal detector we used to figure out that Manfred von Karma had a fucking bullet in his arm. And away we go. Is everything all right, Detective? Uh-oh. Looks like I should have brought a spare battery.
Ugh. That's not gonna be much help.
Sorry, sir. Looks like the metal detector will have to wait. Let's try something else. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir? Give me missile. You got it, sir. Hey, missile! Come here, boy! It's the puppy doggy!
Aw, he really came!
So, what are we tracking?
Oh, we're trying to find out how Mr. Canis's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison.
So we give the pooch a sniff of the body.
And he'll find the route for us.
Here, boy. Oh, we got rid of the corpse and we put the tape down. Does anyone else smell something sweet?
All I smell is the odor of blood.
It's faint, sir, but there's almost like a cake. Maybe. Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Missile, get a noteful. Here we go. Follow that dog. That's the way to... He's headed for maximum security. Oh, he's going in. And then we'll just have to follow after him. Oh, cool, the demon's gone. I mean, the completely normal man, that's definitely not a demon. This is Canine's cell. Though the man himself is absent, it seems. He does track. Missile is the goodest doggy. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missile's onto something? Shh! Look! Shh! Looks like maybe he is. Woof, 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 woof. There's something here. Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's the fucking cookies. Okay, well, the cookies will probably pull us out of this. Let's look at everything else first. Mr. Canine's chess set, complete with his special dog piece. That's not a chess set. That's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something, too. It's not inconceivable. Some of them are. This is quite a nice one. Edgeworth, how much did you pay for your gay-ass chess set? How much did you pay for this gay-ass chess set, Edgeworth? I need to know. I never would have pegged Mr. Canine as a chess fan, though. What was the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going on? I thought he'd be more into Go. What is this joke meant to be? Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish. Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close. I will hold Edgeworth. I'll put Edgeworth in an elevator and jump a few times, and then he'll tell me how much the chess set is worth. Okay, let's look at the very obvious deadly weapons. Mr. K9's chisels. Everyone a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you see Mr. Woodcarving face. Have you quite finished? Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job. An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. No, there's nothing wrong with putting Edgeworth in an elevator and jumping. I'll bring a gun too, just to make sure it's a vivid flashback. Is that your opinion as a thief? Nope, it's my opinion as a great thief. I walked into that one. Oh, the cookies weren't what brought us out. Huh? What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you were after? What? Whoa! Down, boy! Stop that! No, I won't stop. It's funny. It's funny to make jokes about elevators. That's what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm just making jokes about elevators. No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Gumshoe, that could have been poisoned. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everyone agrees, though. Mommy! I wanted some! Daring of you both to assume food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So anyways, looks like it was really cake Missile was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts. But the little guy is definitely capable, right? I say elevator, you say trauma, same difference. Uh, sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy! I think you've onto something. Huh? This is Carciento's cell. Whatever it is, it's in there. Mr. Carciento's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the president of Mr. Carciento still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was in here for the noon roll call. He must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you would be so kind as to open the cell. Yes, sir. All right. I don't even know where to start in here. Oh. This punching bag has certainly seen some use. What a breed What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer? No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective. Move the sandbag aside. Yes, sir. Oh, I thought it was going to be the wall. Oh. A hole. Could this be... Whoa there! Wait, Missile! I'm going in too! Wait, stop! Sir! I'll go get her! Oh, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. I guess we'll just have to wait. Edgeworth says, I have more self-respect for myself than to go down there. Hello? Okay. Are you alright? You're not gonna believe this. But we're in the detention center! The detention center? That hole! It's the tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell! What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Where did you come out from? I mean, besides the closet, but... Right. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth! Guess you could say we made a breakthrough! Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Sir! The floorboards under the bed were torn up. Oh, wow. How did no one notice this? So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by a heavy security door. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Or could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Oh, that makes sense. I was gonna question where the dirt came from, but like, oh, you can't see it in this picture, but in the workroom, there's like an area of like dirt in the background. So I thought it just rolled around in there, but this makes so much more sense. Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Oh, please take the opportunity to do some horror movie ass shit where like, it's like normal picture, flash, normal picture, flash, Scary face, flash. Normal picture, flash. That would be so cool. And then let's see what you captured. That's a lot of cups and spoons. How did Gumshoe fit through here? Look at that. Spoons, a fork. I guess they were taking for... Guess these were for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints? They're dog footprints, but I assume they're missiles? Or paw prints, even. From a dog, perhaps. Yeah, like missile. This is a vital piece of evidence. Yeah, Gumshoe feels like he's too big to fit through there. However, it begs something of a question. It does? Mr. Casianto has been certainly making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Casianto is immediately. If my suspicions are correct... Huh? Oh, nuts! The guards were alerted, and they began searching for Mr. Casianto right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. Ooh. Yeah, that's probably why we should do check-ins more frequently than 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 9 p.m. That was all on you guys. Well, have the police... Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaisoning with them a moment ago. Set up a cordon around the entire facility. Good. The first blemish on my prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different warden regard to the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. It seems he might have already left the building. I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it? What's to say? What's there to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. I just realized, how old is Fifi? 37. 37. Frank thought is 47. I didn't know question mark was an age. Xilong Lang is 27. Regina's... Wow, there's... Ace Attorney, there are ages that don't end in 7. 17, 27, 37, 47. Simon is 24. Sebi is 17. Verity is only 26. I mean, I think I'm old enough to date her. Crafienta is 31. Eddie's 36. Bronco Knight was 24. Gumshoe's 32, and Kay is 17. Okay. Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can go back to your posts. Yes, ma'am. Oh, that's a fancy dressed guard. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back. Thanks, pal. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found on Knight's cell. What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's. All right. So we found Knight's blood. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Keynes has to say for himself. Hey, Keynes? Oh, darling, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's always well connected on the outside.
He's as well connected on the outside if he isn't here.
I suppose it would be. Would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business?
But the police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a few hands myself, you know.
So that's what that was all about. Are you still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct?
No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report.
I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to canines is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've had the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me.
Okay, hear me out.
I don't think I don't think I'd hate being yelled at by her. But no matter what I say, or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
A prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular to say the least.
Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darling. You have been warned.
Hooey. Here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. Alright, let's go talk to Canine. Ooh. Courtney's here. Judge Gavel, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of this investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are. I'm sorry that you thought I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. What are we knowing? What are we knowing? I am here to present someone with evidence that you yourself should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth. I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am. This should be amusing. Very well. Whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deduction, in fact. Indeed. We are now more certain than ever that Simon Saint was the murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance.
What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation. Yep, mark this down as another thing that Newblatt would not enjoy. No, don't compare canines to Silco. Look at my pretty boy Silco, and look at this ugly motherfucker. Silco is so much prettier. He does look like Megamind, though. I thought about that the first time I saw him too, with his weird ass head and lack of hair. But Silco is pretty. Silco looks nothing like him.
Not at all. If anything, I'm showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was, and I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth?
Sir!
I accept your terms.
I'm confident of my reasoning.
And what more?
He does have the blind eyes, yes. Similar to Silco's. I'm representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. And I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated.
Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Sebastian, if you will allow me.
Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel. How Knight wind up in prison proper.
You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later in the middle of the night, moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid. There he hid as it was wheeled to one of the prison workshops.
I figured she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell.
Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage.
That was yesterday? When did it become the next day? Did I miss that?
We decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell.
Oh wait, Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell.
Correct. You will also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is the blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected.
Okay, but you can see him there. You would see if he walked over here and then just never reappeared.
A sound detection based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say?
A blind spot.
Which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage if he did at all. So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point.
I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage?
There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape.
A prison break? That's so cool. Mr. Capianto, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I'm just about my game. Okay, now really is not the time. Yeah, that is not like a proper blind spot. You can still tell it's there. All right, I'm gonna take a drink of water real quick. Ooh. Gumshoe is around a lot more during this case, so it's really hurting my throat. Mr. Casagrande escape is no laughing matter.
It's my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice.
Oh, my cat's trying to steal my chair again. Does the microphone pick up her meows? Can you say hello? There you go. I'm curious if the microphone picks her up or if the quieting is that good.
That is to say, he was his accomplice.
Fight the cat. I'm not fighting my cat. I will give my cat kisses though. My sweet baby. My sweet baby. She's so sweet. And so soft. Oh, go Simon.
That wasn't a compliment. I understand the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops.
Oh, you did hear the little meow? Okay, good, good. Oh, my little kitty does a little meow. She's so tiny. She's about the size of my laptop screen. She's so small. Just a small bean. Just a small bean.
I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it.
The fact that we watched him get attacked on the tape. Okay, you are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight. Day before yesterday, I assume. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later in the middle of the night, moving the large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell, using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled onto one of the prison workshops. I kind of just want to present the fucking security footage of him getting fucking wrecked by a dog.
Objection!
Would you mind taking a look at this, Judge Gavel? Am I expected to accept this as evidence? It appears to have no connection to my testimony. Ugh. Judge Gavel is a tougher nut to crack than Mr. DeBest. But that doesn't mean I should give up.
Okay. I still have a lot of health, so I am just going to present the tunnel here.
Objection!
Nope.
Silence. Such statements will not be tolerated by this court.
Yeah, no, Knight got super fucked up by a dog. Like, we literally have footage of that. I believe it. Holy sh... I mean, nope, whatever Courtney says is the truth. I don't believe what I've said. Okay. Okay, maybe I present him getting wrecked on this one.
Objection!
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try the Did I present the... Okay, I'm gonna try presenting the tunnel.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. I'll actually read now. Knight's keys? What would Knight's keys have to do with this?
A guard was attacked. Keys stolen. Including one of the one tonight's cell. They were stolen, but yet to be recovered.
I guess we'll press this because
Hold it!
we have no actual proof that he stole the keys. Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys?
I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regained consciousness, I'm sure he will confirm our suspicions. No, you're doing great. You're doing great. Thank you for trying. Having to use more than 2 of my brain cells is exhausting, so thank you for all your help. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on that reasoning. Press further. Sorry, but I believe there's a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere. Then he waited for an opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid he might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That's been proven already. This is the piece of evidence that proves it. What proves that Knight didn't hide the keys? That they've yet to be recovered? The prison search? Okay, I'm open to suggestions because I genuinely can't think of what's proving that Knight didn't hide the keys except for, like, the fact that the keys haven't been found or the fact that they weren't on his body. Okay, I'm gonna try the keys.
Take that!
Hey, it worked! That's so smart. Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, but no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it's such an issue. Justine, I love you. I love you. But no. The whereabouts of the keys is so important. Also, I think we need to come to a... You were so right about the keys. You were great. That was great. I should have listened to you sooner. I think we need to come to a decision as a community here. Like, so we're still calling Sebastian, despite the official translation of his name being Winston's Winner. Ugh. So what are we calling Gavel? Are we calling her Verity, which is her official translation? Courtney, which is her fan translation name? Or Justine, which is her French name? Yeah, like Justine, I love you, but like, make a better case, baby. I'll help you. We can sit down and go over this together. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. Justine? Alright, we'll go with Justine. And this is because they were clearly hidden inside the pocket chess set. A nice chess set. The same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Oh, was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it. Actually, if you recall, that was Sebastian's assertion. So the two of them aren't one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the fact. Mr. Knight had the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climb inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to the workshop in the prison proper. All with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
Someone make an edit of the screen flashing red and it's just the wasted screen. Justine realized her logic was a little flawed and tried to throw Sebastian under the bus. Which is totally, oh god, no, don't pit me against my wife and my son. Don't make me choose between my wife and son. They're both right. But Mr. Sant was part of the performance. I wouldn't have even had time to commit the murder.
Overruled.
Oh, indeed. Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephant heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. As this victory is depicted in a very unique manner. Whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. Whoa! Oh, Rip Simon. He's sent flying by the elephant. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period approximately 15 minutes. Okay, can we get an actual time of death for Knightley, please? We're making a lot of assumptions here that could be easily fixed if they simply got us a time of death. Also, yes, very Team Rocket coded right there. Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
No. Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15 minutes window is only possible, assuming the murder took place in the prison proper. Assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real theme of the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security foot. Why not? Okay, I love you, Justine. Sweetheart, baby, I love you. But why not? It's right there.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? It would be the wiped
Take
sword.
that!
This appears to be a photograph of the floor. Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience. That floor you supposed misses of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Oh, I love the ruffling of her cape? The stole? This top part is like a stole. But the longer part makes me think cape? Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensic
Objection!
apparatus. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decide to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Shawl and stole are very. Let me find the exact difference between a shawl and a stole. What is the difference between a shawl and a stole? Okay, so a stole is typically narrower than a shawl. So I think if this is a shawl or a stole, it would be a stole because it doesn't like cross over, which is typically how shawls are. I'm not sure though. I'd have to look at like her full model, and I'd have to like find comparative photos and all that stuff. Maybe I will do that, but not right now. Where I know I am very much into fashion. I especially like vaguely Victorian European fashion. And due to my slight obsession over Nublet, I did a good amount of reading on stoles. Because Nublet's little shoulder things are stoles, I believe. But yeah, so I just like fashion a lot. Oh no, Gummy Badger's on the line too. Dude, Gumshoe has been fired like 8 times. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. Oh, Edgeworth has a heart. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots! You're really on the edge of it now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. the Best. I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. I just butted in to tell you your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us the camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. And you're saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Yeah, no, Gumshoes was fired at the end of in the final case for justice for whatever the second one is. I can't remember right now. And I think it was fired briefly some other time in the third game? I don't know. It's been more than twice. Give Gumshoe a break. Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. Speak of the god-forsaken devil. You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmet. Yes, you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise. She could have just taught the little guy to do shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First he bites down hard on the victim's hand, then... La 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 la, I'm not listening! La 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 la! I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Yeah, that dog is... Please take that dog away from that man, but also, at this point, the dog might be too fucked up to be separated. Your understanding is much appreciated. Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy. Somebody's taken no prisoners. Sebastian, would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gavel. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was overruled. My position is the same as it was yesterday, until you explain how the dog moves between the prison and the detention center. I'm so sorry. Justine, I'm so sorry. I have to absolutely eviscerate you to hell and back. But, like, I'll give you cuddles and kisses later, I promise. I promise. I cannot accept your theory and
Hold it!
I thought you might say that, which is why I like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dogs could freely travel between the prison and detention center. If we take all my mispresented evidence into account, I've showed Justine this tunnel like 4 times already.
Take that!
This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. What? A secret passageway? It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Carfianto, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. That is a really long distance, actually. Also, I think it would definitely be shorter to dig, like, this way. But okay. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canine, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled!
In the name of the goddess of justice. Overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line. Yeah, no, that's like a ridiculously long distance. And I think it would have definitely been shorter to dig in any other direction. And also not at an angle.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled!
Can we stop shouting hold it and overruled at each other? Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. Oh, shit, wait, let me update that shit. Let me make sure it's updated. Oh, it says you're a bitch. I'm sorry, Corn. I'm sorry, Justine. I apologize. That was really mean of me. I shouldn't have said that to you. I'm sorry. I feel so sad. I'm so sad I insulted my wife like that. I'm so sorry. Whatever will I do with myself? His autopsy report. When did we get that? How do you not know you had it? Probably because Courtney was keeping it from him. The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. So, like... Sorry, I need to get close to this. Real close up for this one. So, like,
Like a dog bite? Like what it looks like when a dog bites someone? Or am I stupid?
As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon,
How about like T-shape?
but its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a blade. It's a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead?
But that's impossible.
That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection!
But the tunnel, the paw print.
What of them? Hamlet is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across the tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain, I myself cannot wander quite so freely.
That would be quite a coincidence. But I can't prove that it's not the case either. She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that.
She was baiting me, waiting for me to play the perfect moment to crush me with the autopsy report. And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the internal autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay.
Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Eddie goes from being such a fine character. Like, right now, he's literally fine. But then, when I forget how creepy he is, he goes and says something weird about a child. Eddie, I want to like you. But I can't. I'm drinking more water, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna take one more break to get some water. I will be back in not even 5 minutes. I'm back. I would love to have a bonk emote. That would be fun. Isn't there a way you can make custom emotes for YouTube? Or am I not well aware of how YouTube live streaming works?
Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So sweet.
Eddie, what was I just saying, my dude? You go like 10, 15 minutes being normal, and then you do creepy ass shit.
So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all.
I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor.
Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel.
Right, I got it. Nice work, gavel. Just like we planned. Yeah, that seems to be YouTube streaming compared to Twitch streaming as a whole. It's possible, but you're gonna have to really fight for it. We should probably just legitimately stream on Twitch, but I don't like Twitch, so I refuse to use it. Too many ads. Just weird thing that in comparison to YouTube, which also has a lot of ads. Anyway.
I did only as you instructed, Sebastian. But thank you. And this report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, that takes Canine out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth. She is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest.
What? What's our move, sir? Think she really means it this time?
What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done.
And I will not be intimidated.
Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede? This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client.
The goddess of justice is no doubt sanded by your The goddess of justice is no doubt sanded by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy.
Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first.
My father.
Fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. Oh my god, is Miles secretly a spirit medium as well? Said that you changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow? I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to.
Thank you, Fender.
Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was offed with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart?
A bladed weapon? Of course.
Yeah. The literal murder weapon's right there.
There were 5 chisels in Canine's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with tools like that.
No one would struggle to commit a murder with tools like that. Have you ever held a chisel in your hands? Those things are strong and sharp. All you need to do... Truth, I think you're overselling how difficult it is to commit murder with a chisel. It's been done many a time.
In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? It would be in your best
Hold it!
interest to
Evidence is everything.
It may as well be my little catchphrase. But it is also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade.
Then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis's
Overruled.
I am not a woodworker either, but the house I currently live in it's an old farmhouse out in the country, really pretty land, land and stuff. I go on walks every day with my dog. Absolutely great. But there's a lot of weird old tools from the previous owners just everywhere, including a bunch of chisels in the garage. You can definitely kill someone with one of those with like very minimal struggle. I've never committed murder, by the way. I read a lot of true crime podcasts, like listen to a lot of true crime stories and stuff, and I'm interested in human anatomy and stuff. Don't call the cops on me. I've never done crime, I promise. I'm too scared to do crime. Yeah, I say be gay to crime, but I can't do crime. I'm too anxiety. I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage. I won't use the chisels, I promise. Okay, listen, I couldn't use the chisels even if I wanted to, because they're in the garage, and the garage is dirty and gross, and like, they're in the corner of the garage, so they're like dusty, and they're covered in cobwebs, and it's gross, and I don't want to touch them, and they're rusty, and who knows where they've been? Ew. My germophobia is the main thing keeping me from committing crime, I imagine, because I refuse to touch anything remotely gross. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage. Yeah, what was that? It looks like a tarp. Yeah, in the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? Yeah, oh, it's so barf. It's so ugh. The dog killing somebody, the dog jumping on somebody, somebody attacking the dog jumping on somebody. Mr. Canine's dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but it didn't kill him. He didn't? No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag the corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. But the real killer was the dog's master. Ooh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canine could finish the finish the job. And you could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You. No, Canine. You're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get that on your report card? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others? Are you asking me or confessing as to what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel? Yes, we have inspected his chisels. All four. What do you mean, all four of them? Canine, where did you put the chisel that has a bell on it? Canine, where's the chisel that has the bell on it? Where did you put it? Canine, where did you put it? What do you mean for? What do you mean for chisels? Gavel. Justine, what do you mean for? He wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. The one that's missing is The small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canine, where did you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? Oh, and what use might I have for such a thing? I'm rarely allowed to leave my cell. Where... Canine, I don't think... Guys, I don't think the prison uniforms have pockets. Canine, where did you put the chisel, and do I want to know? In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea of where the missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canine could have only hidden the chisel here, in maximum security. I was thinking something a lot worse than under the bed.
Take that!
I was thinking, yeah. But it could be under the bed. Mr. Canine is still a prisoner, despite the comfort he enjoys. He's rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise any eyebrows. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. The old keep the incriminating evidence close routine.
Objection!
Classic. But I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
We might need to perform a cavity search, guys. I'm certain the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. You enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. It's in the dog's mouth. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canine even encouraged him to do so. This must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. It's a different type of cavity search than I was joking about, but... well. Giving up already? I expected more. I mean, you, Mr.
Hold it!
As well as you should. If you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon. Check the dog!
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today. Oh, yeah. Unlike last time. Mr. Canine, if you would be so kind as to open Helmet's mouth. Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had ordered him to last time. Then order him again. This instant. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canine. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up. Found that chisel! Oh, Sammy baby! And there we have it. A chisel that was small. And there we have it. A chisel that small, easy enough for a dog of the size to... What? A chisel in the dog's mouth? What is this chisel in the dog? Sebastian is so real for this reaction. I thought he'd been strangely quiet. I And his brain has finally caught up.
Sebastian, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent.
Okay. Okay. Dude, poor Sebastian. Oh, that's a lot of blood. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What?
Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it?
All right. So we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah? Yeah, no, why is the chisel in the dog? Can we please not put chisels in dogs? I don't feel comfortable putting chisels in dogs. Sebastian is so real for his freak out here. Yeah.
The forensics evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is the most likely case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, this court demands you explain yourself.
We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one?
You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why does he always laugh like that?
Even when it's not funny. Poor Helmut. How could they suspect us? Hmm? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Kane's testimony.
I think I've said this man's name like 8 different ways.
If you would be so kind. Gladly.
Okay. Testimony time.
Perhaps you might have begun by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this night. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever.
You just proved yourself wrong. In the first sentence. Okay, while we read through his testimony, do we when we get to the presenting part, do we present the dog chess piece or the chess diagram?
Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bangs his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know.
I mean, when he puts it that way. An assassin who only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree.
My work requires me to deal with strangers, so of course, but murder for its own sake, that's not my style.
Chess set? Okay. And if it's wrong, you're fine. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Ace Attorney likes to sometimes be a little funky with the evidence.
So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover.
Already there, bitch. Let's do this shit. Okay.
What you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this Knight, and I had no contact with him, no connection whatsoever.
Hold it!
Fuck, I didn't mean to press it. It's fine.
You didn't know who he was.
That's quite unlike you, Mr. Canine.
You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps you had a harder time putting me in here than I realized, but I'm no master criminal. That said, you are no run-of-the-mill prisoner either. You are the Fixer, correct?
Benzo from Arcane? Enzo from Arcane in my Ace Attorney game? I'm sorry, this joke will never not be funny to me. I find it highly unlikely that a man in such a position would have no knowledge of the new detainees at all. You have a rather inflated idea of my position. I have my connections, yes, but I'm not all-knowing. And I knew nothing of Mr. Knight. Sure you did, bitch. Hey. 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 Mr. Canine. To quote a very famous meme song, could you take a look at this chat set? Fuck. Okay, it's the correspondence letter. Well, Mr. Case, what do you make of this? What do you think he wants us to make of it, Hamlet? Who? I just realized we're showing evidence to a blind man. I mean that I couldn't answer even if I wanted to. Whatever this is, it means nothing to me. Are you, Hamlet? No, whatever does he want from us? Okay. And no offense, Miles, but you can see why he'd rather talk to his pooch, yeah? You're not exactly giving him much to work with. I'm not losing to a dog. Alright. It's the letter.
Objection!
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canine. You may have trained your dog to clean up your messes, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game correspondence chess. What more, the game matches the game laid out on Warboard. I'm so excited to see what this dude's breakdown sprite is. What? The number of positions this game has been calculated to be 10. The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120. That's on the low end. Wait, so that's a 10 times 10, 120 times over, 100, 1,000? Let's go, diagram! I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big? A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless it was you would prefer to explain the coincidence. Well, they do say that the truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible. We just proved that. A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Hamlet is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Hamlet? Yes, yes. Big number. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, huh, boy? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Hamlet dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not less because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. No, your math seems correct there. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Hamlet take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Indeed he did. Moving it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something? And that makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Sot said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog. Oh wait, that was Sot. Hold on. That huge black dog. Huge black dog had stuck his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. Math is hard. What did you just say?
It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast! He killed him!
I see. So what Mr. Assault actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon then. Still a crime! Obstruction of evidence! Don't remove murder weapons from dead bodies, folks.
Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That's about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. And now will that be all? Poor Helmut's growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for a little longer, Mr. Canines. Offender? No offense, Palio, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. But Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon.
So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought.
Please, answer the question, Mr. Canine.
It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel and the one around Helmut's neck. I have a very distinctive design, if you will.
Of course. They were something of a trademark of yours, were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? No. Canines. The blind butcher, his appearance was always announced by the sound of a bell. The last sound his victims would ever hear. Wasted.
You flatter me. Although it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well.
Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you.
Yes, it was for one of my bells. One of only two in existence.
Just two?
Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's go to the office for a second. I have a theory. I have what some may call a game theory. Is Fifi the culprit? Did she, because she has all the evidence for she had all the evidence for Canine's case. So, like, did she take the bell from the knife and put it on a chisel and then kill Knight to attempt to frame Canines for the murder so she could, like, not have a blank report to send back or something? I don't know. Am I crazy, or does that, like, vaguely make sense? Yeah, I did know that the sound of bells in England historically meant that someone was dying. There's also grave bells, which are one of my, like, favorite cool historical things. Back in ye olde times, because, like, sometimes they would be wrong about people being dead. So they hooked up a string into a coffin that led up to a bell by the grave, so that way if someone was mistakenly buried alive, they could ring the bell, and then the graveyard keeper would then be able to dig them out so they didn't suffocate. So bells are highly associated with death.
My ears are my guide, after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me.
Mr. Canis's bell.
When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, chisel, an ordinary chisel. Certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am only person in the prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. So the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body, and that you had nothing to do with the killing. How could I? I told you the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word for it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Yeah, let's check it for fingerprints. Sebastian! Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Oh, right! Sure thing. Dude, Sebastian's not doing well today. We got him! Fingerprints! They're Mr. Knight! And Mr. K-Knight's? No, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of prints having been wiped off. Sebastian is not doing well today, folks. Only Knight's fingerprints. Been good. Should I get them to check again? Now do you see? I have never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth, that's all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim. Ugh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? I've got nothing to counter with. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be. I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you do not find a solution to your current predicament quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit. And I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear? You've done it now, sir. She's serious. I hate to admit it, but if the fingerprints turn everything on its head, without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. Few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for? You can do a lot with the chisel, child. Break out of prison for one. Why do we let this man have weapons that he can use to break out of prison? What the fuck? Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring in a super sharp tool with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? The chest box. Hey, arrest him, Mr. Edgeworth! You can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? Doesn't matter how we get there, as long as we save Simon in the end. We can't give up now or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You want me around with that, Kay? I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words? It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simon's our client. We're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? Again, Eddie has like 10 to 15 minutes where he's so chill, but I can just feel he's about to say something weird towards Kay or try to hug Justine. Like, I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my clients, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another. There we go! That's the Miles Edgeworth I know!
Now, let's find a new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here? Possibly
Take
just
that!
that. Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected. Because of the security gates, right? Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough lately. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items that bring into the facility are only subject to customary check. Are you telling me that a chest set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, but it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard lately. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chest set. That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests that a chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Kane's. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Mr. Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's free for you, player. The court, too, finds itself waiting for satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir! Think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Lil V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyways, you can use it to analyze video footage. Well, it's been a great stream. I'm gonna jump now. Blue Badger time, I guess. An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I'm telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. All right. Want me to talk you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I'm not entirely familiar with the video analysis technique, perhaps I should hear him out. Nah, I might. No, I'm sure it won't be that complicated. Whatever you say, sir. Now let's fire little V up. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. The footage is from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else might show up. Show us. But suppose we were wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in my mind while reviewing the footage. You never know what you're gonna see if you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure of it. Okay. Oh, who is that in the mirror? They have a hat. They have a hat. Yeah, they have a hat. The person has a hat. That's a polar bear. Okay, wait. Do we point out the polar bear or the fact that that's a guard? Hold on, I'm gonna take a drink of water. Okay, I'm gonna point out that it's a hat. That the person has a hat. I must be seeing things. I should take another look. And if nothing seems off at first glance, zooming in might help. The devil is in the details, after all. No, what? Oh. The figure is reflected in the mirror here, too. Is that a hat? Say, doesn't that look like the hat the guards wear, sir? Jeez. Is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I've heard of. So this may not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. We have the missing guard uniform.
Take that!
So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal so far as we know. But we did hear about one guard's fair uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed? A guard disguise? Guess that might work. Wait, aren't we just talking about someone? Oh. And that's why it's a bear. It's not the bear attacking him. Maybe it is. But it's jumping on him. The person in the footage is at night. And then the creature may not be a dog either. You're right, sir. Zoom in and check. Okay, where... No, okay. So he walks over. Okay, let me just try getting it to a point where... But... No! Oh! Now the game's just being mean. Whatever. Sir! Why is this Edgeworth? Sir, look! I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we are looking at here is no dog. This animal is a bear. And that's not a dog, it's a bear. What? So the paw prints from the photo I took were not canine, but earthrine. A bear? So could that mean... Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? We had assumed that this was Knight in the security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps. But now we know about the hole under the bed. It's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court what you believe the person to be? The person in the security footage is Rocco Carcienzo. I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Carcienzo, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in the video is all black. Indeed. And we have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is... it's the mud, right?
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Saw's testimony. Oh, it's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That mud is from one of the pet's treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more unnerved I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no chance, quite like the transplant hunters when one would slathers an animal with thick black mud. Well, the circus performance was underway. He was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. And that animal could have been... Indeed, our polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction.
Objection!
Your camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Saw mentioned applying mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage. It does? Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded tape? Oh! And that's why he didn't know that there was that Frank saw it scream, because he wasn't in his cell. And he was the missing person from the show. Yes, let's put it this way. When would you have expected the footage to have been recorded, Kay? If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should be around 9 a.m. In which case, something isn't right about the footage. Really? And what's that?
Take that!
Mr. Salt said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m., in which case the security footage should also show a time around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except three. Mr. Kanan, I guess that's his new name, who remained in his cell in maximum security, Mr. Sawit, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Casiento, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawit before entering the tunnel. Oh, welcome back! Run, Teddy, run! And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Sawit's grasp and ran after its human. Mr. Sawit would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Kanan. Nothing super important, I don't think. No, we're just piecing together that the person in the security footage was not Mr. Knight, but it was actually Rocco Carciento, the dude that had the polar bear, and that he was escaping. So Mr. Cannon's dog retrieved the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off. But why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. I'm back, sir. Just talk to the guards and... It seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. What? They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. The power was off from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., which is when Knight got murdered. I haven't looked at the autopsy yet. Hold on. 24, stabbing in the throat, instant death. Still no time of death. Okay, great. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed like he kind of like the only suspect. It turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie. Oh, okay. Let's see if Fifi says anything suspicious. Darling, there you all are! I'll go see investigation. Is there anything I can do to help get things along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Cosiento. I believe he may be still on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here is the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. Oh, it's this one. This one, he's got shifty eyes. Hey, Mr. Cosiento would have been wearing a bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of the stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors to detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided the doors with the sensor, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape. Well, yes, I suppose he could. He just has to avoid the workshop and the cells and... Oh my! He's one of you, isn't he? He's right here, right now! It's Teddy! Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry for accusing you, sir. Hey, paws off me! Keep your mitts off me, big fukula! Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd... What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Cosiento? I'm almost envious. Gods, apprehend this man. A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If you were to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him, with your permission, of course. I can hardly say no, can I? Come on, then. Hit me with your best shot. Mr. Cosiento's paper led directly into Knight's cell. So it's highly possible that he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. Okay. I think we're probably going to finish this testimony, and then maybe I'll be done for tonight. Probably going to be streaming pretty long tomorrow because of Honkai Star Rail's update. So I'll probably call it quits a little early tonight. Early I say, and it would only be like, what, 30 minutes? It'll probably be the same time as last night. Alright. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, and a plan in place, so I went for it the day you found the guy. And this little guy just had to come right after me. Sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away if somebody hadn't offed the night and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? I used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammer, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockerami fixer, and what do I get to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an chance Mr. Cosiento and Mr. Knight's met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what the other details I can extract from him. Okay, let's see. If you guys you were the one who found my secret getaway tunnel, this is a nothing statement. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? Also a fairly bland statement. I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place, so I went for it the day you found the guy. But then this little guy had to come right after me. Sacrifer was covered in mud too, had to go back to our cell.
Hold it!
Did you consider trying to escape with Teddy? What if I coulda? But all that mud would have given us away. Chances to break out the slammer don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Foiled by the one who loves him most. Miss Patrick. There's an outside chance Mr. Casianto and Mr. Knight. So listen carefully to each. Oh. So it's a press everything situation. Cool.
Hold it!
Shut up! Who you telling to hold it? The tunnel, you don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. Had to come crawling to the fixer, monk. Had to grovel and kowtow day after day. You're gonna give me back the hours, huh? The days, the months. I can't get a word in edgewise. Should have never stuck your nose in my tunnel. Never! You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing?
Hold it!
So the tunnel was all your own work? Every inch! You sent anybody else in my cell when you were there, huh? It's quite the effort for an athlete. Even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think of it, that's an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, you don't even know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. There's nobody, don't get caught. Them the rules Com's gotta live by. Huh. You know, the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Okay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. I was just joking, Mr. Edgeworth. It ain't no stinking joke to me. You punks know me.
Hold it!
The uniform was from the fixer, too. Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. Were you the one wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope. Would have got dirt on it. Had to hold it till I got to the holding cell. So once I was out of there, all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I think. Freedom beckons me. Then this furball here jumps at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. How?
Hold it!
How'd you get the keys? Opening the cell's door should have been a piece of cake. Sure, anything seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center even though you lived in the prison? Why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I've never been in there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware. But unlike the doors from the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carcianto would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. Okay, so we present the keys here.
Objection!
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, what a problem with that? We can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to connect with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Casianto, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the keys. I don't got no stinking keys. I didn't need the ones. It's a piece of cake because the door was open and I walked right out. We literally have the camera footage, but alright. Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacated by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went in to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it was truly unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously. Yet, the security footage shows when you tried and failed. Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at the time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell. Without it, your escape would not have been possible.
Are you saying? Could he really have? I believe he could have, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcianto. He is the one who attacked the guard.
Whoa, oh, that's scary as shit.
But not just the guard. A knight, too. All to gain possession of the guard's keys.
It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this night guy.
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when this prison would have been almost deserted. That's right, and the moment is the show just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend.
Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet, huh? Knight's knocked that guard out for the count and everybody.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much as a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I've proof that Knight had been attacked in the cell. The blood.
Take that!
Ooh, I'm so smart. We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed both of them and stole the keys. And that's how Knight got the scratch on his head.
I oughta. What's with you, huh? Newspaper wiped the blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it.
Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway?
They checked Knight in the guard's hand. They would have seen the two never came to blows. But that blood gave away the whole game. And ain't no way they don't figure out there was a third man in the ring. Once they start jumping around on the floor, they found the tunnel and a heartbeat.
So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time so you could wait for a better opportunity. So the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. And now, hand over the keys.
Oh. Right in the... Oh. Well, that looked unfortunate. KO'd by a lousy stinking bum. Fine, you want the keys here. Hope you choke on them.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Cassianto here has the keys... Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. And that was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and been moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that the theory cannot possibly be true.
No! Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah? Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about the tunnel. No! You gotta be freaking... Mr. Cassianto, you are under arrest! Come quietly now, pal. Wait, you got the wrong guy! I didn't do nothing! Alright, fine, I knocked out those two chumps, and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Each time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around, and I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just chipped my way in there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out of my cell.
Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could.
What?
It was not you, but Helmet who moved the body from your cell to the workshop.
I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy.
Indeed. One can easily imagine that Mr. Cassianto and Mr. Canines might have worked together. Mr. Cassianto could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell.
And then Mr. Canine's dog took him from there to the workshop.
There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Cassianto.
Now, you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know.
Something tells me that digging every single tunnel was even a single tunnel was atrocious enough.
You got that right. Try scraping more than one hole in dirt with a spoon. Luckily for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Oh, who was in that cell before him? Went all the way from there to the hell in the yard already. Even looked down in the well to check from there. Same tunnel, all right. I just made good on what somebody else already started. Then, what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the only one with the answer. You're the one with the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Or maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something? I've heard more plausible scenarios than this in B-grade movies, Kay. Drive, kid. Ain't no water been down there. Though, come to think of it, the smell, yeah, that would smell kind of nice down there. Nice. Gee, I don't know. Some sort of like dessert, I guess? But sweet scent. Sounds very familiar. Where did we come across the sweet scent before? On nice
Take
body.
that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and tracked its roots back through the prison. And that Mr. Carciotto was how we found your tunnel. Could it be the same sweet scent? What you might have noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnels? Yeah, the cake. Where did that cake come from? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carciotto, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carciotto. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now, unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in the tragic incident. What? You ain't paying this on me. I'm glad to see we're finally in agreement, Your Honor. If only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carciotto may have been an accomplice, but not to Mr. Canis, no. He was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, this is getting exhausting. Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carciotto had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was the precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carciotto had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carciotto himself would have needed to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carciotto's plan would be ruined. And so, the truth struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists. My, still you deny it. So, we're agreeing that we still disagree. Mr. Knight had Mr. Carciotto unlock his cell so that way when Mr. Saints arrived, he could escape into a cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned. And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop, and did the dirty thing. Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that he was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. And what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows that the route the body took However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? And then how did it get down there? There's another possibility. The one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing! Mr. Saints did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canine's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. How did the dog go up? On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the time, at the approximate time of the body discovery? The well was the 30-pound weight in the guard. The circus show, right? Regina and Simon were performing with everyone. Wait, Simon! Indeed. So you see how it must have been also been him who destroyed the body. Judge Gavel is truly a formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saints was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I'm sure you will agree. Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Caffiotto was using the tunnel around the time the show began. Mr. Caffiotto, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? No, the place was clean. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Caffiotto would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saints? Ugh. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? The body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well. Things don't look good for Mr. Saints, but still. Your Honor, your theory is still just a theory, and I posit that your lack of evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. Huh. What's that sound? Is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip down too? You should definitely skip down, Eddie. Skip town, Eddie. You go ahead, do that. Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean that's not an alarm. It's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it's rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two. Back to your pubs. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Confiento, it's time you went back to your room. Fine. I get the picture. Come on, Teddy. We're out of here. What in the God? We'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darling, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow? No, it's imperative that we investigate right away. I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderer's escape is so eventful. It's time for it's time August went home to go Betty Pies. Isn't that? Isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Ugh. Come now, darling, don't make me bore you with all that. I am the warden. This isn't order nonsense. Warden the guard is right. Our word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. Oh, I love my wife. Bye-bye, wife. Bye-bye, Sebastian. What are you waiting for, Giddykins? Off you go. Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gabble believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and that it taken through Mr. Cassион's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? Well, she also seems to believe Mr. Saints had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simon. I know it. Yes, we will. And we'll prove that Mr. Saints is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh, we had it to be continued. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yep, we are. I'm going to go home and go Betty Buys or whatever Fifi just said. Oh, that was fun. I thoroughly enjoy playing Ace Attorney. Tomorrow I will be live again. It will not be for Ace Attorney, unfortunately. It will be for Honkai Star Rail, the 3.0 update, and Forius. Potentially pulling for Madame Herda. I'm still on the fence if I'm pulling for Herda or if I'm gonna save for Elera. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Yeah. And then Wednesday I will be taking a break from streaming, resting my voice, going to sleep at a more reasonable time, all that fun stuff. So, good night, everyone. Good night. I'm gonna go to sleep now.